Ah, we're live. I'm live. Ah. Yeah, the YouTube spinning box just went for a while. I had to close the browser, open it up again. But hello, I'm Steve from Mac84. It's time for another live stream where we have this hunk of metal on my desk. And this is... let me get everything settled here before I dive into things. Otherwise, I'll be looking around like crazy for the rest of the night. Hey, Jay. Hello, everybody that's on the stream here. So I'm going to just rearrange my windows here, and then we'll get right to it. There we go. Okay, cool. Hello very much, Jay. Okay, so we have a huge thing on my desk here, and if you paid attention to the title or the thumbnail, you know that this is an Xserve G5, one of Apple's servers. Hello, Aaron. And yeah, this thing is huge, and to show you how huge it is, I'm actually going to switch to a different camera. Yes, this is an above view. And the camera's not the best, but you get the picture. Get it? This thing is huge. It's ginormous. This is, this is like arm's length for me. And I can't even fit the entire darn thing in the frame here. So, yeah, this machine is pretty large. And for the past few years, it's been sitting on top of my refrigerator that's been in the basement here because there's really no place to put this thing. It is massive. It's shaking the desk as I move around here. And yeah, it's dirty and yeah. So this thing has a bit of an interesting story. And so, I used to work at a company that used to just toss out stuff when they no longer wanted it. And this was one of the things that was just in a pile of stuff. Usually they had like old printers, some old monitors, nothing too exciting. There was never ever any Apple stuff except on 2 occasions. And one of those occasions was this thing. And I saw it just sitting there and I thought, well, they can't be throwing that out. That must be a mistake. Someone just left it here for a minute. They're moving things around. But after a few days, it was just sitting there. And I was like, okay, that's weird. And then there was a sticker on the back that said discard or whatever, and it had somebody's like check mark or whatever on it. And I realized that's the sticker I've seen around the office when they're about to throw something out, and I don't even think they had a recycler. I think they just would toss it in a dumpster. So they were waiting around to rent a dumpster, I guess, if they had enough stuff. Hey, Fried GPU 6000. Welcome to the stream for the first time. And hey, Matt. And so, yeah, I realized they were tossing this thing out, and I thought, I have no use for one of these things at all. At all. I looked up a photo of it, I realized it was a G5, realized why they were getting rid of it, and I thought, you know what, I don't need that. And then, I thought about it for a few days, and every time I would walk past the hallway, I would see it. And, well, eventually it found its way into the trunk of my car, because for whatever reason, I just couldn't let it get strapped. How do you put your thumbnails together so well and so quickly? Photoshop and like 25 years of experience in Photoshop. That's pretty simple though. I just did a picture and just put some text over it. But on YouTube, you get the option of putting up a thumbnail before you do a stream, and you could upload it from a file. It doesn't have to be from the camera. So yeah, I ended up pulling this thing into my car, and that's where it sat for a while. And what was, curious to me is, well, what's inside of it? So I took it out, took this big metal long thing off, which we'll do in a little bit, and it had some memory, and it had hard drives in it. So I'm like, okay, that works. And so I think I turned it on one night, and the fans are going crazy, and actually booted up into the operating system that was on there, was Panther, a server version of Panther. I actually made a disk image of that, so I could always restore that if I wanted to. I think I downloaded a copy of Leopard server, and then I ran into it asking me for a serial number, and I sort of gave up there. So that was a few years ago, many years ago. And fast forward to maybe, I'd say within the past year or so, I was talking to some of the Mac84 guys, Greg, Jay, Rocky, Grudy, Mike, etc. And started talking about Xserves, because Jay has an Xserve collection. So Jay's in the chat here as House of Moth, and I suggest you click on his little username and subscribe to his channel, because he has really cool in-depth videos about the Xserve, about puck mice cleaning, all sorts of good stuff. And so we started talking about Xserves, And I thought, okay, let me plug it in. And it didn't turn on. And I thought, that's strange because I probably used it all of an hour or two before I moved. And when we moved, I brought this with me. I thought, that's strange. I didn't break it or anything, I don't think. And it turns out that these things have power supply issues. And kind of makes sense. If they're running nonstop 24 hours, the power supply would probably die out of many machines that are going on that long. So a few months go by and I kind of ignore it. And then eventually we get to talking to it again. And Jay mentions, hey, I think I'm going to try and fix some Xserve power supplies or something along those lines. And recently Jay's been successful in fixing power supplies. So we've been looking for a project to do together, and I'm going to put a video together about this Xserve and the whole thing. So this is just going to be a little part of this. But what was interesting is, Jay's like, hey, send me the Xserve power supply. Let's see if we get this working. So Jay had graciously allowed me to send him my Xserve power supply, and I think this will work out fine. Let's hope. So I have no doubt in Jay's fixing abilities. I have a doubt of this machine here. I'm sure, especially from the test that Jay provided, that the power supply works fine. This machine, on the other hand, who knows? Maybe it's an eater of power supplies. So first things first, we have a box from Jay, and we're going to open this up and take out the power supply from it. So, hey Bruce, welcome to the chat. And I always forget, what spec is the Xserve? Many different ones. I think this is a dual G5 2 gigahertz. One of the first ones. I don't think it's anything too fancy. But yeah, so that's what I noticed when I picked it up. I'm like, oh, that's what I was debating. I'm like, it's not the fastest model. What am I going to do with it? Blah, blah, blah. And I ended up with it anyway. Alright. Now, I didn't even ask Jay if there was anything else in here besides the power supply. It could be a giant, I don't know, something crazy in here. Who knows? It's certainly packed with a bunch of goodies. And Jay's perfect packaging, as usual. Jay, I have no idea what you sent me, but I think it's probably some of the stuff that's been sitting in his basement forever, which he's been yelling at me about. Would you look at that? Well, must be the power supply for the Xserve. This is a beautiful packaging job, Jay. Holy crap. That is like perfect packaging for this thing. Even the Postal Service can't destroy this. That's awesome, dude. Jeez. You don't know what you're putting in here either. Oh, that's a little suspicious. All right, well, we'll put the power supply over there to the side, and we have some other goodies in here. I guess I'll open these up and then we'll go through the Xserve stuff. Full disclosure, I have to take a little break for dinner. Won't be doing that this second, but okay, awesome. So these are very, very, very useful, and yes, it has my name on there. Thank you, Jay. These are the little keyboard extension cables. I am always losing these, or I run out of computers or cables or whatever. Even though these have a little notch that you're not really supposed to use them on non-Apple keyboards or whatever. That's such a stupid thing Apple did, by the way. You could actually just bend that notch a little bit, and then they're just USB extension cables. I'm always looking for extension cables around the house, especially USB ones, because especially like these Mac Minis, for example, the USB ports are in the back. I'd just like to have one where I just plug something in and not fish around to the back for it. So, thank you very much, Jay. Very much appreciated. Okay, I have no idea what this is. It's very well wrapped, as is Jay's tradition. So if you ever buy something from Jay, don't worry about the packaging. At least in my experience, everything's been perfect. This is a... What is this? What'd you send me? I didn't know these were that large. Holy crap. So this is a Mac Pro RAID card, which is pretty cool. So the whole purpose behind this is to run hard drives in RAID configurations, I believe, and it actually enables you to use SAS drives as well on a Mac Pro. These, I know some of the support and stuff of the OS has sort of made these kind of useless from what I understand. But maybe I'm just misremembering. I think there was Jay said something about booting the machines from the card. I think it stopped in High Sierra or something like that. But maybe I'm just getting confused. But I actually have 2 or 3 SAS drives. They're just like 80 gigs or something small like that. But I wanted to play around with them, and this would hopefully enable me, I believe, to do that. Awesome. Yes, apparently, I don't think the batteries, from my brief remembrance of the conversation, the battery isn't 100% required to actually work. It's just a sort of the thing that, I guess, in a professional setting, you would want the battery to work nonstop. But, yeah, I didn't know these were that large. I always thought it was like one of those mini cards or whatever. But, cool. Yeah, he operated 100% without the battery. That's what I like to hear, because all the batteries in my house are always dying. So, thank you, Jay. There's a nice little care package here. I'm going to put... Oh, there's one more thing in here. A few things in here. Oh, okay. So we have a 45-watt MagSafe. So this is the same one my wife uses for her MacBook. So I'll test this out. And, oh, Quirky. I remember that company. Yeah, they did like Kickstarter type things before Kickstarter was Kickstarter. And so it's a nice little holder. So you just wrap the cord around. It's pretty neat. I like that. Thank you, Jay. I remember you telling me about that. And then we got a little tiny SCSI transformer or adapter or whatever. So I believe it's hard to see the pins there. I believe it's a 25 pin to one of the 68 pins or the 50 pins or one of those adapters. Thank you. This is going to go in the adapter pile. Awesome. Well, thank you, Jay. This turned into an impromptu unboxing. So thank you for that. Let's just catch up on the chat here. I never felt the urge to do a RAID. It's pointless to RAID hard drives in most cases since the SSD will be faster. I would not say RAID is pointless. I'd say depending on your needs, RAID might be pointless. Depending on your backup storage, a RAID might be pointless. Depending on your computer, a RAID might not be ideal for you. But I wouldn't say it's pointless. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, redundancy is a big thing. I think most people do that, consider that the purpose of it rather than speed. So, okay, so I'm going to unwrap this. Let's get the camera a little bit closer here so you can actually see what the heck this thing is. Let's bring this up a little bit closer. Oh, I always go the wrong direction. Yes, good rephrasing there. You saved yourself from being attacked. Alright, so let's carefully unpackage this because I'll likely use this packaging to send something to Jay. Alright. There it is. There's a beautiful Xserve power supply, and you really went above and beyond on packaging here, Jay. Wow. that is great work, sir. Look at that. Even put my name on it, crossed out the old email I gave him. Pre-repair test X. Post-repair text check mark. Oh, that's great. That's great. Cool. And you even have this fancy heat tape on here, which I'll leave on there, of course. But, yeah, so we go ahead and test this. First we have to, of course, install it in the machine. But, yeah, I'm excited because this thing hasn't been turned on in a long time. So let's get this little tape off here next to one of the fans. I don't think this is a redundant power supply, but Jay can answer that. He's the Xserve genius over here. I don't think it's big enough to be, but that's just my opinion. What do I know about these things? Alright, so, this thing we're going to have to open up, and to do that, I think I unscrewed it from the front. So this thing slides, and we're gonna actually switch to this camera so you can see how ridiculously large this thing is. And I don't know if I have enough room to take the whole thing off while I'm on the desk here. But, oh boy. Yeah, this is one of those, there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, and thank you, Grudy, for the text message. I will get to that in a second. Yeah, so actually I have to take this top off here, but I have to stand up to do that. Thank you. I love my little weird mouse pads from the past. Alright, so push this orange button. Push this orange button. That releases the top little hooks here. Okay. Yeah, so this thing is a beast here. Okay, so yeah, this thing has like minimal memory installed. I think it's what does it say? Yeah, it's a gigabyte total. Now I do have some extra memory. You can see my big fat head there. I do have some extra memory. What are these? 3200? Yeah, DDR3200. I do have 2 additional sticks. I have no idea if these work. Mike Stanhope gave me a bunch of PCs. These were in those PCs. I'm not going to put in memory right now. What I'm going to do is just put in the power supply. I'm actually going to eject the hard drives because I know I put data on there, and I want to make sure that data is not destroyed. And then I'm going to put in a blank hard disk that, well, I'll test the hard disk first. Put a blank hard disk, and then try and install something. Like I said, I do have to take a little break in about probably 20 minutes or so. But let's see if it turns on first, and then we'll go from there. So I know this camera is not the best, so let me actually turn on the little camera here, so you can get a sort of a picture-in-picture type thing. Now let me make this a little bit larger, so you can see what's going on. Double Xserves. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I have no idea the memory requirements of this. I'm going to take one stick out just to read it. PC 3200U just says 512 megabyte DDR. PC 3200 ECC. So yeah, it is, I suppose, ECC. Was that error correction something? Yeah, I doubt the memory that I have here is the same deal. That's the wrong memory. I put the memory over here. I doubt it. This is all. It just says like there's like some generic label on it, and these don't even. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, we'll mess with that later. So double Xserves. All right, cool. So let me move this window over here because the chat's getting cut off by that. Sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, we'll probably take a little break, and then I'll come back and try and install the operating system. But let's see if this power supply works, because that's the reason why we're here. So here's the PSU. So here's the connector that plugs into the board, and that goes right here. So I managed to do this without cutting myself open last time, which apparently is a difficult thing. So I removed the PRAM battery. I don't think that's important at this point. There's no graphics card in here. We will put something in there to test it. But first, let's, I believe you just put the back in there. It sort of sits in there. Yeah, this metal is like very sharp there, which is great. And yes, Greg, I got your message. Thank you. And I sort of have to like push this plastic piece back just for this fan to clear, I think. That's the problem I was having getting the thing out of there. I have this little tool. This sort of helps move things slightly. There we go. Yeah, I mean, this plastic is movable, so I think it's just like, yeah, just the clearance of the fan. Oh, there we go. That went in right there. Right away. Where's my screwdriver? I need to, I mean, I guess I could do the thumb screw, but I want to really, I guess that's good enough for now. Okay, sorry, just catching up with the chat here. Warning, it will be noisy. Oh, I know. uh, Flashbacks from my Power Edge T410. Yeah, when it first turns on, it's going to do a test, and the fans will go like full blast. A dual Xserve G4, that's cool. Yeah, the Xserve app, I mean, the Mac OS X server basically turned into this server app, and from those I speak to, it's not exactly the best move. They took a lot of functionality out of there. All right, we have a FireWire port here. Where does that go? Hey Jay, what is the purpose of this FireWire port here? We plug it into here, and that goes down here, and maybe there's a port somewhere here I'm just not seeing, but okay, that's interesting. Interesting. Sorry, let me click that. Okay. Oh, all right. So, yeah, I guess I'll put the lid on it before I turn it on. What say you, Jay? There's a lot of dust in here. Let me clean that up. Ew. Yeah, I guess I'll put the lid on it. I probably shouldn't run it without the lid because the fans are not exactly doing what they're supposed to do and pointing in the right direction and all that such. Yeah, it's a lot of dust. I mean, this thing was probably on for a long time, so would not be surprised how much dust is in here. Not surprised at all. Okay. Alright, that got most of it. Put that in the garbage, and I missed throwing it into the pail. No lid is fine, just more noise. Alright, well, we'll go with more noise. We'll just have to put headphones on. And it saves me from taking this lid out and on and off again. Alright, so, there is no graphics card in here, but Jay mentioned to me that a PCI graphics card will work. Now, this one's from a PC, so I don't believe I could use this. This actually came out of an old Pentium 2. Actually, that's an AGP. That's not a PCI anyway. I don't have a lot of PCI Mac cards. I really don't. This one I believe is from a 9600, and this was from a Blue and White G3. So I believe the Blue and White G3 one should work. Excuse me. It's just going to display the operating system. You can actually run it without a card. It's not required, but to set up the machine, I need a video card just to, actually set things up the way I want to do it. So, yeah, I'm going to install this card. I'm getting a phone call. Let me just mute this, and I'll be back 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. Oh boy, there's a lot of chat here. Boy, let me catch up here. Wow, I have to scroll. You guys are talkative today, which is totally fine. I just can't keep my eye off of it. Okay. Yeah, I'll make sure that the card fits properly. Thanks for the tip. The hard drive is SATA. These are all SATA interfaces, I believe. Yes, with a Macintosh LC3, all you need is a simple little adapter in order to convert that signal to a VGA signal. So you need what they call a DB15 to a VGA adapter. And I'm stalling for time. There it is. Because I have one such adapter. And it looks like this. You have a male DB15 port at the end. And so this is for retro necked. And then you have a little VGA port on this side. So this is one variety. This variety has no dip switches on it. There is another variety which I have right here. Just get it out of the little drawer here. There's another variety here which has dip switches on it behind this little door. So you could set this to various resolutions and things like that. But honestly, with this adapter, I find this works fine on the LC. It may not catch all the resolutions or whatever, but these two LCD monitors didn't seem to complain. These could be had for a very, very cheap amount of money. You just want to make sure that this has most of the pins here. Some of them were very single purpose and were only for single resolutions or whatever, or different types of monitors, and they removed some of the pins. So yeah, you just want to make sure. I mean, and just in my experience, I've noticed that. I don't know if that really dampers your experience just on a single Macintosh with a standard VGA screen. But yeah, you can just get one of these adapters. Again, there's one with pins, with dip switches rather, and one without. Really, to each their own of which you want to use. Some might work better in other situations than others, but they should be quite affordable. And yeah, so I would definitely check that out. So we do have this ATI Rage 128 card. This is from a blue and white G3. Max resolution you could do on an LC. No. You probably get like 640 by 480 or 800 by 600 depending on the video memory installed in that LC3. The LC3 has these VRAM slots. Depending on how much memory you have in there, that's the resolution you could go to. Probably the maximum resolution you could do, the maximum with a good amount of video memory, is probably 1024 by 768. Don't expect much more than that. But the VGA monitor should be able to adjust to lower resolutions, hopefully. Most of them can these days. I'm talking about the ones I'm using. Who knows? Okay, so I guess I'll put this in the top slot here. So this only fits into, it's only taking up space in some of the slot. I guess this is, and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, is this like one of those PCI X slots? Not PCIe, but PCI X? I'm going to assume so, because it looks like it could take like a fiber channel card or something fancy that would use that extra output there. But I'm just putting in a very, 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 very low-tech, old-school video card here. And I don't have a lot of these video cards, so it's kind of annoying. Actually, I have a lot of the AGB cards for G4s, but I don't have a lot of PCI cards. Hey, Scarlet Swordfish. So yeah, what I like about this, and I'm just remembering as I'm playing around with it, and I'll put the camera down just to show you, because I think it's a pretty little innovative little thing. So usually when you'd install graphics cards like this, you'd have to put a little screw into the PCI slot there, the little card thing there, just to hold it in. Well, obviously you can't stick a screwdriver in there. There's less than an inch of room here. So what you could actually do is they have this little, let me take the camera off the tripod here to show you. They have this little thumb screw on a little hinge. What that actually does is it puts, you see how that works? It puts, you know, that little bracket around this bracket, and then you screw the thumb screw in, and that card is secure. So that is a very little ingenious move by Apple. I'm sure other server manufacturers have similar things maybe, but I say how ingenious it is, and now I'm having trouble actually fitting it into there. But I'm sure it just needs to be wedged a little bit there. But if we, there we go. And then we just screw in with the thumb screw. And yeah, that card's not going anywhere. It's very stable. Hopefully this card is good enough for what this needs. It did have a graphics card in it, but when I took the power supply out, I took the graphics card out, and I have no idea where I put it. So yeah, so we're going to turn this on. Hopefully it'll work. I have no doubt in Jay's abilities. I just have doubts in my Xserve itself. And if it does work, we'll see if we can get some video. And then I might take a little break for dinner. But you're welcome to stick around, and I'll of course, let you guys know when I'll be back. It won't be long, just 15, 20 minutes, half hour, or something like that. Maybe. We'll see. So let's first... I guess we don't have to put the cover on. It'll just be loud. But, yeah, so let's do that. So let me actually... I guess I could leave the two of the cameras up there. Huh? Yeah, these things are long. That's why, actually, I set up this camera right here. To show, it's like my arm is like this length. Well, here, my arm is like this long, and yeah, this big heavy boy. So yeah, these things are not tiny. So let's see if we can actually spin this around this way. Actually, I want to turn it this way, because I want you to see the lights on the front of it. Oh boy, and I have to plug the monitor right into it anyway. So yeah, look at this guy. This is a big boy. So, everyone take a shot when I keep saying big boy. I have a VGA cord over here. Let me grab that. Oopsie. I had not one, but two adapters on this VGA cord. Look at that. I know Bruce knows exactly what Macintosh I was probably using by using this connector here. Yeah, we don't need all of this. Thankfully. Yeah, this little adapter, this part here, was actually donated to me from someone on Twitter, and it was very kind of them to send it to me. I did have, one of the standard Apple ones, but I never saw one like this that had the little dip switches on there and such. So this is a third-party one made by, I don't know, there's no markings on it. But yeah, I never really saw one of these. It was made by a third party for the 6100 series and similar Macintoshes. So, little cool little item there. Put this into our little adapters drawer. Okay, let's focus. Come on. There we go. And, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I guess we'll keep this view because you can see some of the lights here. I am going to eject the hard drives. In the rare chance this machine explodes and I used to back up my website to the hard drives. There's data from my website that are on these disks that I just don't have anywhere else. Not a lot, but it's something I'd like to avoid destroying. But the hard drives come out of these little trays. I have a third tray. Don't ask me where it is. I have no idea. These are both Hitachi Desk Stars. And they're both 256 gigabyte Apple drives. So, okay, so first we're going to plug the video cable in. Okay, and we'll set this monitor to VGA mode. Okay, yeah, this actually has an optical drive. I completely forgot about that. That this has an optical drive. I believe it's just yeah, it actually just says CD-ROM on it. I do have, where'd that box go? I do have a bunch of like iBook and PowerBook parts. I probably could find a DVD-ROM for it, but yeah. All right, so you guys ready? You guys ready for me to turn this on? Looks like you're keeping yourself occupied in the chat, so maybe you don't realize, but we're about to turn this on. So hope you guys are excited. Yes, noise incoming. If you're wearing headphones, I would strongly advise that you take off those headphones. I'm going to use the power cord that is plugged in directly to the outlet, so we don't blow a fuse here. Well, That's not going to stop it. But all right, so we're going to plug this in. We're going to do this live, and hopefully everything is happy. So I heard, yeah, I'm about to push this power button here. So, Jay, let's see what happens. Oh, we got power. We got lights. Look at all those lights. Hear that? Now, I'm not getting any video yet. You can see the banner is flipping like back and forth, just the air that's just pushing out and going up against the wall. Wow. This is a pretty cool machine. Yes. Alright, so I'm not getting video. It could just be it doesn't like this card. Let's double check everything is plugged in here. We should be getting video unless you don't get video unless the Mac boots. I really have no idea about Xserve or the firmware or anything. Yeah. But I'm assuming that I should be getting some video on the screen from this graphics card. Alright, I'll move the microphone away just a little bit. Yeah, it has a CD drive here, so this is a CD-ROM. I did take all the drives out. I'm going to put a blank drive into one of these, and we could install the Mac OS from it, hopefully. Yeah, so I'm just going to push the power button once. I don't know if that's going to shut it down or if I have to hold it. I have Tiger on DVD, not on a CD, and this is only a CD-ROM drive. I do have a FireWire drive somewhere, but I think that's also a CD drive. But, alright, so I turned it off. We know the power supply works, so thank you, Jay. That's awesome. So if anybody else has any Xserves or similar power supplies that you need recapped, you should talk to Jay. He's in the chat as House of Moth, and he's very, very affordable prices. So, yeah, I know there's a 4 CD version. Yes, this actually had Panther on it when I bought it. So yeah, that was a thing. And yeah, I'm just trying to see. It didn't like this VGA card. Maybe it needs a faster Radeon card. I do have one. I just have to find the darn thing. But I really thought that this card would work. I'm going to try just reseating it just to see if that makes a difference. Yes, I could do FireWire or target disk mode. This is just the ATI Rage 128, so it should have OS 10, drivers at least. I know it's not going to be the fastest card, but some of these machines didn't even ship with a card. Yeah, I'm going to make sure that this is actually all snug and in and everything, because I know we were having a discussion in the chat before that this riser card could easily get itself undone a little bit. So we're going to make sure that's secure there. This is PCI. Yeah, the Xserves didn't have AGP because who would need a graphics card in a server? That was Apple's stance. Alright, so that looks like it's connected. Again, it looked like it was connected before, but... Okay, so that's good to know. Jay says he uses Rage 128s in there, and they work. And this is an older Rage 128, but That should work. Let me double check that the video cable is plugged into the monitor. Yes, it is. All right, let's try it again. So we have the cable plugged in. I don't know, Jay, if it makes a difference that the drives aren't in. I'd assume it would, kind of like a normal Mac, just, you know, yell at me. But, all right, let's try and turn it on again. Again, if you have sensitive ears or if you're wearing headphones, this is going to get a little loud. I love that noise. Okay, we got a green light on the monitor, and then it went dark again. So it did something this time. Oh, there we go. Hey, we got our question mark and our finder icon. Woohoo! Awesome. So yeah, that's actually good. That means it's well, obviously we can hear it's powered up. But yeah, we have the blinking folder and everything. Fantastic. Fantastic. Awesome. Sorry, let me just catch up on the chat here. You guys are chatting up a storm today. Let's see. G5 cluster nodes made sense in 2005. Now a smartphone that performs one. Yeah, we know. This thing is not going to win any computing contests or anything like that. Yeah, there is just two slots of RAM in here, but that's what I got right now. We will try adding more, but start with little baby steps here. Being impractical is 90% of my YouTube channel. So I assume you can hear me over the noise of the fans. Hopefully you can. If I recall correctly, they ported OS 9 to a G4, and they discovered the serial port on the G4 is a local talk port. Are you serious, Ryan? Because now I have to do a local talk connection with this thing. But this is a G5 one. Who knows? Maybe we could try that out. I don't think this could run 9, though. I don't think this could run Mac OS 9. I don't think any G5s can run Mac OS 9. Yeah. It's a bummer. Let's see. That's really funny. That's really funny. Yeah. Alright, well, it's an excuse to get a G4 Xserve, I guess. Well, that's good, because I have to think about how I want to use this thing, because I want to actually do something with it, even if it's just being a file server for classic Macs or something like that. But I have to find a place to put it. I have to get the configuration in here working. What I found interesting is that these hard drives, these Hitachi drives here, I could not format them for the life of me in a Macintosh. I could not. I had to take out the drive and put it in an... I took out a drive, put it in a Mac. I couldn't format it. So I had to take the drive, put it back in the Xserve, and it was able to be formatted in the Xserve. Okay, it's getting very loud now. Yeah, I'm assuming that. So I'm going to turn it off. We didn't want to upset it here, and it's actually cold. Those fans are doing a good job. Yes, I'm sure it does go into panic mode. That's a he was about to scream and you got excited. Well, when I go eat dinner, should I just leave this on, just see how loud it gets? Yeah, those kilowatt things are cool. I just never had a reason to get one, so maybe eventually I'll get one. But yeah, these are pretty cool. So next step here is next step pun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out one of these drives, because I know there's data on one of these disks. I'm going to put in a disk I don't care about to erase, and we'll try and install the operating system. That's going to have to wait until I get back, because I did not eat anything yet, and I have to pick up food right around the block. So I will be back momentarily. What I can do for you here is, let's see what I can rig up here. That array uses more juice than the CPUs. Yeah, it's very expensive dinner. It's very, very, like all my things are very expensive. Um, yeah, so what I could do is I could put up a little, sadly 10.2 can only be used for server system 7.5. Yeah, there's a bunch of server stuff that with file sharing and Apple Talk and stuff like that that I want to play around with. I do have a machine I'm setting up just to use Jaguar. This I'll probably run Tiger on it, maybe I don't know. At the see. I'll probably just install Tiger on it just for the heck of it. Um, but Leopard, I don't think I'm going to bother with. And it came with Panther, so yeah. But okay, so let me. I think I have a little break time text here. There we go. And so, ooh, that's pretty large. Maybe, I'll put it here. I don't know. But yeah, I hate to run. Just this the timing is not always the best on these things. So I will be back in a little bit. If you want to stick around, I'd be happy if you did that. But of course, if you got to do something, that's okay. Or you could just stick back in a little bit, and I promise it won't be too long. But talk amongst yourselves. uh, I guess Leopard server would run okay. It's a dual 2 GHz machine. I had Leopard running on a 1 GHz something iMac, so and that was a G4. So yeah, I don't think I would have any problem running on a machine like this. But yes, let's make our logo big from where I'm sitting here. And yeah, I'm gonna take a little break here. I have to pick up some food. I'll probably have a bite to eat, and then I'll come down again. But I do have some things to think about while I'm eating. Is how I'm gonna boot this thing up. I guess I could do FireWire target disk mode. If that's supported on this machine. And I have to make sure. I guess that's about it. I guess if I could put one of the blank hard disks in there, make sure it's blank, I could probably just erase it. Oh no, it's all right. I'm coming back, Pollywogger. I run Leopard server on a G4 Mac Mini, and it runs pretty good for what I use it for. So I imagine this would be just fine for it. Yeah, I think so. I just like Tiger. I have more experience with Tiger. I think it uses less memory too, especially I only have a gigabyte here. Um, yeah. What is TDM? Target disk mode. Oh, duh. With an iPod photo. Oh, geez, those are cool. Yeah, Leopard does have some software support. Newer version of VLC, newer iTunes. I mean, I could always dual boot it, I guess. I mean, yeah. See, that's one of the reasons I want to go with Tiger. It does have better Apple Talk support because they removed all that in Leopard. So 753 should be fine for what I'm connecting to. Any Power Mac or LC or 04, exactly. I'm gonna keep talking to you guys. I gotta run. Sorry. I will be real back. Can't talk. I will be back soon. If you guys want to hang out in the chat, that's awesome. I know there's like 18 of you there, so I hate to leave you at this point in time. I will be back very soon, probably like 15, 20 minutes tops. Go get a cup of coffee, use the bathroom, triple boot. Okay, maybe I'll do that. We'll see. Keep the chat going. I will scroll up and I will read some things when I get back. This card doesn't support Cortex Extreme anyway, so. But yeah, so thank you guys. I'll be right back. Let me see if I can make this text a little more obvious here. Yeah, let me shrink this down here. You can see the toilet paper I was using as tissues for this computer. Kind of. Yeah, I guess that works there. Thanks, guys. And don't forget to like the video and such. I'll be back very soon, I assure you. Okay, I have returned. Let's get this text off of here, and let's put this logo back down to a respectable size and cover this magazine. Okay, yes, this is an issue of Newsweek from February 2006 with Steve Jobs on the cover. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at the cascading amount of comments. Oh my goodness. I've still got 14 people here. Hello. And yes, there's a fortune cookie. We're going to put that inside of the Macintosh. Oh, hold on. One of the bunnies upstairs is making some noise. 1 second. Okay, so just catching up on the comments. Hello, Jordan. Hello, Matt. You didn't miss too much, but we unwrapped a power supply that Jay from the House of Moth was so gracious enough to recap for me and fix up. And this Xserve was dead before that, and we put it back in, and it turned on. But we need to do a lot more stuff here now. So, what we have to do is install an operating system, and that's going to be a little tricky, but I don't think that's anything that we can't do. Alright, so let me just scroll up here. Holy moly, you guys are chatting up a storm. Okay. You guys are talking about all sorts of things. Yes, Jay likes his puck mice. Okay, well, back in a few, we were questioning where Bruce went. He went to collect his sanity. And we were talking about, someone was, Nathaniel was talking about the SCSI 2SD adapter. I gotta say, though, that the SCSI 2SD adapter, especially, this one's my favorite, the 5.1 version. Look, yes, they are a little expensive. It's, what, $50, $60, $70, something like that. Save up and get one. They are an excellent tool if you're dealing with these vintage Macintoshes, because you could do what I did here, and I got a bunch of these little memory cards. These are from a camera. Now, they used to include memory cards as digital cameras. This is a 32 megabyte, not a gigabyte. 32 megabytes. And this makes for a perfect hard drive for an old Mac. A little 32 megabyte hard drive. Put System 6 on there. Put a bunch of games on there. You got plenty of space. And you'd basically just put that in there. And boom, SCSI connectivity. I realize there's a cost to these things. I suggest you save up if you can and try and get one. I saved some bucks and actually soldered on my own DB25 connector here, which the 5.1 version allows you to do. But highly, highly, highly recommend it. Yes, super jobs. Oh, you got your G5 up and going today. It actually came with a fiber card and a SCSI card. That's really cool. I convinced you to get a SCSI 2SD adapter. Now my Mac SE is fully working. Oh, that's awesome. That is amazing. Yeah, the oldest Mac I used on my SCSI 2SD adapter was my Mac Plus. But Jordan, that's awesome. I'm glad you got that and got it set up and working. There's a really nice little adapters there. Let's see. Have I ever had an iRack? No, I have not. I know Jay wants one. Let's see. Mention alternative backup plan. Steve, you may have just convinced me as well. Yeah, I mean, look, they're not selling out or anything. It's not a thing you need, like food and water and stuff. If you could afford one, it's a very good investment, especially if you have as many old Macs like I do. Because SCSI hard drives are not exactly the best, reliable things these days, especially how old they're getting. Okay, so, so we know the machine boots up here. Now what I want to do is prepare a hard drive for it. So I do have a hard drive here. Let me grab this here. In fact, it's escaping from me. Now this is just a Seagate. This is an 80 gigabyte hard drive. It's a small hard drive, but I really don't care because for the purposes of this, we're just going to install an operating system on there. So it's just going to be a hard disk. That's all. I'm going to take these drives out. There we go. These are the drives that came with the Xserve. I have a third sled somewhere. I cannot remember where the heck it is. But these drives actually have some data on it. I put some, when I was running low on disk space, I had to put some backups of my old website, which had a few gigabytes, probably 20 gigs or something of stuff. And I decided to just back some stuff up on there. So, actually, no, I'm not going to plug this into here yet. I'm going to plug this into a computer, make sure there's nothing on here I need, and then we'll wipe it. So let me just make some room so I could scoop my chair back and get this adapter here. This is just a little USB adapter. Let's see. How could I do this here? I need a SATA cable, and then I need a power cable. How could I do this? Oh, I know how. So, that's why it helps to have so many parts. No, it's not in there. I have one of those little SATA power cords somewhere. Let's see if it's in this little bin. I don't see it in there either, although I see I have an SD card in there. That's good to know. A few SD cards, actually. And here's another one of those DB15 to VGA adapters. This has some pins missing. This came with a Philips Magnavox VGA monitor that my parents got when my mother had to get a PC for home. Okay, yeah, we're going to need that SATA power adapter. Or we're not going to be able to power up that hard drive. I guess no, I can't do that. I was about to say, I guess I could shut off the Mac Pro and put the hard drive in there, but we're streaming from that Mac Pro right now, so that would not be a smart thing to do. Oh, here's one. I see one over there. Let me just move the camera in a little bit. In fact, let's switch back to this view just for a little bit here, because we're just going to do some things here. So I have one of these adapters I need, and where did that case go? There's a case that I was using just to power a hard disk here. It's ugly, but it works. Where did I put that? Oh, here it is, right in front of me. Okay. And we'll take our power thing out of there. Okay. So let me scoot back around this way. And we're not using this for data, because I tried to use this for data before and it didn't want to work. Oh, boy, you guys are chatty today. Sorry, just catching up here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let's back up the camera a little bit so you guys can see. Okay, so I have, you know what, maybe I should just use that. Yeah, I have a better solution. It's upstairs. I'm just being lazy. Let me just go get it to narrow down some things here. Okay. Alright, so this should be much better. This is a dual hard drive dock by Jay's favorite company, OWC. No, he hates that company for some reason. So we're just going to be plugging the hard drive into that. And Yeah, so we have a USB cable. It's much better than dealing with a bunch of convoluted adapters, although that seems to be what I get myself into a lot, so. I think if I hot plug SATA, I will make the Mac Pro sad, so I'm not going to do that. Alright, so let's plug this in. It'll only be USB 2, but that's okay. We're just formatting the disk here. Because a lot of these drives I have came out of PCs from my friend Vlad, who does recycling stuff. And yeah, so let's plug that in. And I need to plug this into power. Let me just use the power strip on my feet here. That's just going to be in there for a few minutes. Okay. Let's switch the input to our Mac Mini. Okay. Sweet. Alright, so. Yeah, he just had very bad experience with that. Yes, it is a pile of Mac Minis. After I format the hard drive, I'll show you the pile of Mac Minis. Okay, so we're going to put this disk in here. Maybe? Does it go in the other way? Which way does it want to go in? Oh, yeah, it goes in that way. Okay. Oh, that's right. It has these screws on the side, which I need to take off. Where's my trusty screwdriver? I'm just misplacing everything today. It wouldn't be a live stream without me looking for something. That's a fact. Where did my screwdriver go? Huh. I was using it for something. Well, let's see, we just get away with using this for now. Ah. They're pretty thick screws. I think you just thumb screw it off. Nope, does not want to cooperate. Huh. Oh, there it is, right over there. Let me go grab that. Okay, so let me just unscrew these screws from this this hard drive here, so I can fit it in that case. Zach says he bought a 2014 Mac Mini. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about those minis is the Apple really screwed those over. I mean, now you could upgrade the memory in them. It's difficult to do so, but you can do it at least. But yeah, for a while then, those Mac Minis were terrible machines. Everything was soldered on. They took out the beefy processors. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to buy a Mac around then. Oh, you almost bought. Oh, sorry. So it happens when I skim. Okay, got the screws off of that hard drive. Okay, so now we're going to plug this into this little docking bay here. We're going to turn that on. And that's the first drive here. Going to turn the first drive on. You hear it spin up. And let me just make sure I didn't put anything on this. It says untitled. It looks like it's a Windows machine. Disk it is, so let's format the heck out of it. And not forget to put it in the special partition mode for PowerPC machines. So we're going to do partition, one partition. You know what? Maybe I should do two if I want to mess around with another OS. You know, I'll just do one for now because, yeah, I'm just going to do one for now. We're going to do Mac OS Extended. We're going to do options. We're going to do Apple Partition Map for PowerPC Macs. We're going to name this Xserve boot. Going to click Apply. And we're going to partition that hard drive. Oh yeah, I know. I know how that is. You don't want to spend whenever you don't have the money to spend. That's when you're going to see good deals. Trust me. I know that all too well. Okay, cool. So we got this Xserve hard drive here. Now the trick is going to be to get an operating system on here. If I put that disk in here, we could do that. I have a FireWire cable that we should be able to use, and yeah, I guess we could try that. So let me eject this hard drive we just formatted. Oh, that's a pretty good deal. 20 bucks for an iMac G5. I'd have a hard time passing that up too. Let's take this hard drive out. My phone is blowing up here. Hold on. What is going on? Someone messaged me or what? Nope, maybe not. Ah, okay. Sorry. Alright, let's put the phone back there so it can charge. Alright, so, the iMac G3 for 50 bucks, depending on the model it is, and depending on what model you want, that is not too bad of a price. It all depends on what you think it's worth, honestly. So, alright, so we got this hard drive. We're putting it back in its little sled here. I just noticed there are screws on the other side, too. So, actually, those screws would probably come in handy, actually, to keep the hard disk in here. Because when I took apart this Xserve to try and get it to work, I took apart all the screws and everything. So, my system version is so old on the Mac Mini. Yeah, so what? There's a reason it's old on there. There's a reason. There's a reason for everything. I got Mavericks on the first Mac Mini here. Got Snow Leopard I'm going to install on here. Got Leopard on here and got Tiger on there. There's a very specific reason why I have those operating systems for these computers here. Nothing wrong with running something that's old. There's no sensitive data on there. It's not going to get hacked or anything. There's some video equipment and some video tools that I use. Some video hardware and accessories that I use that only work on Mavericks. Yes, but software, Apple deprecated a lot of software and a lot of tools and pieces of software that are video related. So, well, these are G4, these are PowerPC machines here, and this is a very early Core Duo. So this runs Snow Leopard. I might actually dual boot that with Leopard just for the heck of it. But yeah, this one I just added. This is a brand new one. It was just sitting in a closet. Somebody gave it to me. I happen to have a power supply for it. It's off right now. Most of these stay off all the time. The top three usually stay off. The one on the bottom, let me get closer. The one on the bottom runs all the time because that has an SSD built into it. So the one on the bottom runs all the time. And these three are usually off and they're asleep. So this Mac here could just wake one of these up if I have to do something like run OS 9 in a classic environment and test something, or do something with Leopard or whatever. I also support a lot of friends and family, and some of their machines are older, and sometimes it's easier to troubleshoot what they're using by going on a machine that's similar. So, okay, all right. So yeah, so I put that hard drive in here, so that should be good. I'm not going to mess with the memory right now. I will when we get some more, when we get further along. I want to just install the base operating system first, then we'll go from there. We know the graphics card works, so that's good. And yeah, so let me unplug this so it doesn't get in our way here. And yeah, so this is interesting because this Xserve can only have 3 hard drives because the cooling. But the G4 model, they were able to shove 4 in there, which is interesting. So yeah, unfortunately, there's only a slot load CD. Let me actually check. Let me just see something here. I'm curious. I have a slot load drive. I think it's a slot load. Let me see what this is. Well, this isn't going to help me because it's the same. This is actually a CD-ROM. But I wouldn't, yeah, it's actually like the same form factor and everything. Let me see, I think I have another one of these. Let me see. Nah, the other one I have is a different connector. And I don't have the physical media anyway. I'm just going to do it over FireWire. It's going to probably be much faster too. Oop. This is a big thing of metal. Ugh. We'll be putting that back on in a second. Yeah, I mean, I usually, if I can, I use something like Tiger or Snow Leopard, especially for things I don't need anything faster. Yeah, so the video hardware that I use to import standard definition video, um, it'll work, but iMovie and Final Cut Pro will just ignore anything I import. It acts like it's working, it's not. I submitted multiple bugs to Apple. They finally got back to me and be like, "Oh yeah, this feature is deprecated." So, yeah, really stupid, but that's they decided to remove features for whatever reason. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this huge piece of metal back on. Let's switch the cameras here, and we're gonna put this. Try and get the airflow under control here. I'm gonna put this back on. So to do that, I actually have to spin around this thing here. Hey, Mike. Yes, it is very nice to see it actually live again. Jay does some good recapping work there, so I was very pleased. So let's turn this big thing around. Oh boy. And let's put this case back on here. This is a bit tricky to do, especially I don't have so much room behind me. You sort of have to slide these trays out a little bit just so it catches, and do the rest. If you could carry this mic, you can take it. And having to have to bolt things down now. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is always fun. You have to get these rails on in a specific way, otherwise it's just not going to sit right. Just bear with me a moment here. Kind of wants to go back on. Okay. I hate how sometimes there we go. Yeah, sometimes there's just a bit of plastic that'll stick there, and it won't let you slide everything back on correctly. There we go. Alright, so now we can actually screw in the front panel here. Ah, boy. Nope, sorry. That wasn't my butt, that was just my belly from, well, my back belly. Alright, so let's set this up again. Okay, so we could switch here now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically it could run Leopard, but honestly, I don't see, in my personal usage, I don't see much of an advantage to using Leopard. I was always much more comfortable with Tiger. And when Snow Leopard came along, I kind of leapfrogged Leopard. But okay, so yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to try and install an operating system on here. You plug the video cable back in. Yes, Tiger rules, yes. Leopard will actually check to ensure that you have the right processor speed, because I've tried to install it on slower machines and hit a roadblock. You can hack it, of course, but yeah. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to play the game of Where Did Steven Put the Firewire Cable? Which is always such a fun game. I need a firewire 600 to 400. And let's see, I had one here. I think it's over there. I think it's just hiding over there in the pile of cables. Move this a little closer so I get behind. I have very limited space here to sneak behind the tripod here. Okay, I hope this cable works. I actually have no way of knowing. Oh, you know what? There is a front firewire port on here. So I don't need to worry about that. I know this cable works. This is a very long firewire 400 to 400. I'm going to be using the Mac Mini, which has a 400 on it, so it's not going to be a speed difference or anything, but cool. That front firewire 400 port is coming in handy, so that's good. How do you get Classic working? Never used Classic in a machine that actually had proper OS 9 installed on a different partition. No clue on my iMac. There are some... there's a disk image on Macintosh Garden that's like System 9 System Folder or something like that. Just drag that to your hard disk. That's all you need to do. And if you have a PowerPC Mac running Tiger or lower, you can just boot right into... Well, not boot, but you could launch the Classic environment. You don't have to do anything too special. You don't have to format your hard disk with OS 9 drivers or anything fancy. It's just running on it as an emulation layer. So, okay, let's play Find the Firewire port. Yay! Alright, so I'm actually going to be remoting into that Mac because I don't have a display connected into it. And I need to plug a keyboard into this so we could go into target disk mode. So let's do that. Okay. All right. Let's steal our Palm mouse pad over here. And actually no, I won't need the mouse for a while. Yeah, games are not... Mike has a very, very good point about Classic mode. Games are good for Classic, but that's... I mean, I'm sorry, games are not good in Classic. That's probably one of the only things that won't really run in Classic. But productivity apps and anything else would pretty much work okay. So, alright. Yeah, so let's do this. We're going to turn this Xserve back on. It's going to sound really loud, guys, so just a heads up. And we're going to hold down T, and hopefully the hard disk will appear on the Mac Mini's desktop. So let's do that. Oh, it helps if the Xserve is plugged in. Alright, now we'll turn it on. Well, we have a green light by the hard disk. I'm going to try turning it off and on because I wasn't getting any video. Let's try this again, just by looking at the screen that it's plugged into, because we were getting video before, so. See if the mouse it tells us if it's getting power from the USB. Yep, okay. So that monitor should give us something. No, I will not be disconnecting any of the temperature sensors. So it's not going into target disk mode, which maybe, I don't know, Jay said it did, but maybe it doesn't do it out of the front FireWire port. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. And it actually should go to target disk mode, even if there's not a FireWire plug in there, I believe. I do have a FireWire 800 to 400 cable. I don't know if it works. I can try it. Just to see if it shows up on the Mac Pro desktop we're streaming from. So there's a FireWire 800 port right in the front of this machine. Let's just move the camera so I get behind it. And yeah, we can do a test that way. And just see if this wants to work this way. Who knows? And we could try the other way too. So again, hold down T, cover your ears. I heard the CD drive make some noise. Well, it says it's connected to something. Yeah, I don't know if it's the video card. If I go into System Profiler, it says there's something connected to the FireWire port. Oh, there it is, Xserve boot. Alright, it showed up on the desktop. Now, that doesn't help me much, because this is an Intel machine. I can't run the Tiger installer on an Intel machine. Let me try again with the Mac Mini and see if that wants to work, because I'm still using the front port. So that's good. So let's try that out. So I hope you could hear me over that. Otherwise, I'll explain again if you couldn't hear what I was talking about. Let me know if you couldn't hear me, and I'll repeat myself. Okay. All right. So. Okay, cool. You hear me fine. Awesome. I was pretty loud over the Xserve noise. Okay. Sorry if I was too loud, but okay. So we're gonna try again. In fact, you know what? I'm going to reboot this Mac Mini just because it doesn't hurt to start fresh here. So what I'm going to do is, let's bring this up. So what I'm going to do is we're going to reboot this G4 Mac Mini, which is what this Xserve is plugged into. And this FireWire cable does work. We're plugged into the back. Well, it should work. I hope it does. I think I've used it before. Well, I have a FireWire CD drive here. We could test out the cable, make sure it works on this. But that Mac Mini is restarting. Yes, we're getting electricity. This is a cool little CD drive, by the way. This is a SmartDisk VST FireWire CDW drive. I used to use this on my clamshell iBook because this allowed me to burn CDs. Pretty neat little design, completely FireWire powered. You got 2 FireWire 400 ports, and you got an extra little power port and a headphone jack on it. So, pretty neat. I actually do have a DMG of macOS 10 server handy. So I copied it over to that Mac Mini G4 mic. So that's what I will be trying to do. Yeah, I love that little drive. It's a neat little thing. Okay, so I'm gonna try and turn this on while that's starting up. It shouldn't matter. It only has a CD-ROM drive in the Xserve, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would burn a disk, and it would take longer. But yeah, CD-ROM only. I probably do have a slot load drive from like an iBook or something. I just don't know where it is at the moment. Alright, cool. It's showing up now. So, let's show you that. So the Xserve, let me get, I have another tripod. Where did it go? Yes, that banner likes to blow around when the Xserve is on. That lets you know it's working. Because you can't hardly hear it, it's whisper quiet. Okay, so let's sort of see what's going on here. Alright, so too close, too far away. Alright, so I have our Mac Mini here, and let's see. So we're going to open the disk image of OS X server. Read before you install. Alright, so let's double click on this. Ah, poo. Huh. How the heck can I... Oh wait, I know how to do this. I think I could just do the packages manually, right? or Mike's saying a remote install. Yeah, I've really never installed something on an Xserve. I was thinking open up this Mac OS 10 Essentials, but I don't think that's the whole thing. There's, let's see, what's in utilities? Firmware updates. Yeah, Jay's eating dinner. Let's look at the contents of this. I think under resources, let's see, macOS Classic. Jeez. Yeah, the problem is the Xserve disc is a DMG mic, so I don't think that would completely resolve our problem here. Let's see, I'm just trying to think. What can we do? Yeah, I know the OS installed on MPQG. Yeah, I know that. It's usually when you right-click install, you go to show package contents, and it's in there. And here, yeah, here's the main one. I guess it's just here. This looks like it's a, let's see. Let's see if this will do it. You cannot install on this volume, you cannot install the computer because the installer can only upgrade Macintosh with Intel processors? What the hell? Oh, this is a different, maybe this optional installer is the Intel installer. Yeah, sorry, dysfunctional on that. I don't know, because it's a universal application. I mean, I may as well might have installed the wrong thing. Hold on. Let me read the documentation here. Yeah, so this says Intel PowerPC G4 or G5. So this should be fine, guys. See? So I'm going to text Jay just to ask him a question. Hi. Yeah, I know that usually the retail versions are independent, but I'm curious if the server disk was a hybrid. Well, that's what I did. I opened up the documentation, Ryan, and it says an Intel or PowerPC G4 or G5 processor. So yeah. All right, Nathaniel. Thanks. I'll need the good luck, I think. They might, but exactly. The installer is a universal installer, because if I get info on it, it says it's a universal binary. And if I show package contents, yeah, I'm thinking it's universal here. Let's open up the P list here. Because I opened up an alternative installer when I was trying to find the file. So that might be the one that points to if it detects you're on an Intel machine. This is a G4 Mac Mini, Mike. Let's see, system, installation, yeah, packages. I do see an OS install MPKG. Let me try this just to see. It's a 1.42 gigahertz. This might work. Let's see. System requirements, yeah, Intel or G4 or G5. So this should work. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Alright, so let's click continue. Let's customize it. Let's see. We don't need any of these languages. I'll put X11 on there. It's only 100 megabytes. Why not? But let's see. Well, they expected you if you had a server environment, you'd be just cloning servers over Ethernet or fiber channel or something. A system administrator is not just going to go one by one on it using some CDs. Yeah. All right, there we go. So we're installing. As the banner blows around. I'm just waiting for that to fall off the wall. Send Jay a picture of this. These are the days of our Macs. Nice one. Yeah, you don't need heat in the winter if you got some G5s. Yeah, so this is what we're dealing with here. We got the Xserve here. We have, you can see in the other camera, the installation going. So yeah, so far so good. Says it's gonna take about 10 minutes. Any of you guys ever had an Xserve before? Or played around with one? Exactly, G5s are cheaper and more fun to play with than a heater. Hey Jay, welcome back. So as you can see, Jay, we are running the installer, and thankfully it's working out quite well. We're doing good. So yeah, so I loaded up a DMG on this G4 Mac Mini over here, and that's connected to a Firewire 400 cable, which is this long little guy here, and that's plugged in right to the front of this machine. And I only have the one hard drive in there. It's just a blank 80 gigabyte hard drive, but that should be just fine just for the operating system. The optical drive is only a CD-ROM, and so I'm not going to burn multiple disk images, especially because my Tiger install is a DVD. Yeah, it was funny because the disk image here, there's an optional installer, and inside that folder is actually, I guess, the Intel installer if you have an Intel machine. So I guess this disk image is universal, which is cool. I did not know that. The server version of OS X has some differences. There's a lot of server tools and stuff like that. You actually need a serial key. You need a license number. So there are extra applications, but the operating system itself is pretty much identical. But yeah, you actually need a serial number to actually finish installing the operating system, which stopped me dead in my tracks years ago. When I tried to install Leopard server, that was the only disk I had. But I could do all sorts of crazy things. Run an iChat server, all sorts of crazy things. QuickTime broadcaster, fun stuff. I like Jaggy better instead of Jay. And Jay, you missed the banner waving to us. So the air from the G5 is blown to the back of the wall, up the back of the wall, and making that banner flap around. I hope you guys can hear me. I mean, this thing is pretty loud, but I think there's maybe some noise canceling going on with the microphone. Oh, sweet. Glad to hear that, Zach. Now you got Classic. Now you can play around with a lot of fun stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, QuickTime audio radio broadcast. Woo! Yeah, it's like a QuickTime broadcaster or whatever it was called. Oh, good. Glad you guys can hear me. I cannot hear myself. That's why I'm talking so loud. I really cannot hear myself. It's like, it's pretty damn loud in here. So, yeah. You have to go to System Preferences, go to Classic, and here, actually I'll show you on my screen here, if you want to watch. Watch my screen, Zach. I'll show you exactly what to do. Go to Settings, System Preferences, rather. Don't dare me, I'll actually do that. If you click on the Classic panel here, you'll see start and stop, and it should list your system folder here. And it will do a search for new folders. Ah, okay. You might have to reboot maybe, but it should appear there, I think. Hello, Josh. Yes, when in doubt, restart it. Yeah, you have to be running Tiger. 10.5 Leopard does not have classic support. Okay, good. You are running 10.4. And you are on a PowerPC machine. I hope. Installing iCal, something that everybody needs on their server. Yes, I know you had a PowerPC, but I was just messing with you. Alright, so yeah, this is what the big ass server is doing. It's just making a lot of noise. Let's see what's inside. Ooh. That's a little dusty. Didn't know what to do with Classic. I bet you they could have. They just didn't want to spend a dime doing anything to prolong people using Classic. It's just a crutch, basically, I guess. But gotta install that Oxford Dictionary. Yeah, this hard drive on this Mac Mini is probably like a 4200 RPM little thing. Yeah, so this is a little slow. Oop. So Jay, what are some of the things that you recommend doing with a server of this vintage, a G5 server? I think you could do a little bit more than G5 than a house heater. Alright, installing the server admin tools. Well, I intend to play around with it, Jay. I'm super excited to to actually get one that's working. Mac84 radio. Yeah, that will give me copyright strikes, I'm sure. I'll figure out something to do. My biggest concern is leaving it on all the time, so I'll probably set up some power management to turn it on and off. I want to shove some hard drives in here so I could just back up or serve data to some of my old Macs, because ideally I want to remove the data that is stored on these Mac Mini hard drives, these three. And so any old software things I'm playing with, I want to store somewhere else. Oh boy. Oh hey Jordan. Oh boy, you found my page. There's a lot of cool stuff on there. And you just became a Patreon. Thank you, Jordan. You get an eep. That's very kind of you, Jordan. Thank you. Yeah, I do have a Patreon, and as Jordan's gonna find out, there's a lot of cool stuff on there. Some previews of videos. In fact, I'm uploading 2 videos tonight. There's a tour. The quality's not the best, but I'm gonna have to redo some things. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, and there's a lot of in-progress videos I post on there. There's also some background art that's exclusive to my Patreon page. There's a lot of cool stuff on there, and that, even $1 or whatever you decide to give, helps me a lot, so I'm very thankful. Thank you, Jordan. Yes, eep! And yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff on there, and I try and post that more often, especially when I'm in progress on things. I have a lot of scripts going on and things I'm trying to write, so yeah, and Jordan, if you see something that you like on there, or if you have suggestions for stuff you'd like to see on there, there's a little community tab. You could just post some comments there and join my rank of supporters, so I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Jordan. Alright, Zach, see you later. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if this installs. It said 10 minutes, now it says 5, but that was more than 10 minutes ago. Yeah, we've been going for about 2 hours and 21 minutes here. Holy moly. Epson printer drivers. Do I really need Epson printer drivers? Well, I guess I could set this up as a print server. I didn't see if there were printer drivers in the customized thing. I didn't think I could undo that. This Xserve, and I looked at, actually, if I took the cover off, there was a label that told me exactly what the specs were. I was very surprised. They did not update this thing at all from the factory. So it came with 1 gigabyte of memory, so it's 2 512 megabyte modules. It came with just your standard ATI graphics card, whatever the low-end thing was. Came with a CD-ROM drive. Came with two 250 gigabyte discs, and then one like 80 gigabyte disc. So it had 3 hard discs. But that was it. Didn't have any bonus cards in there or any things like that. And it was running Panther. Knowing the company that I used to work for, yeah, it's they were pretty cheap. So it does not surprise me. Yeah, it's a dual 2 gigahertz G5. So at least it's a dual processor unit, which is nice. I guess I could do some Final Cut Server QMaster mess around stuff. Now that I have this and my other dual core G5 or something like that. Yeah, I'm guessing this was dual processor. I'm guessing they all were. I think. I don't know much about Xserves, but I would say that's a safe bet. Alright, Lexmark printers. Oh boy, come on. Yeah, I think this was not a print server. This was a file server. It has a property of sticker-on, which I know the name of that company. They did a lot of file transfers and stuff. So this is probably a box that they shipped to the company to get files off of, and then they were just going to trash. Something like that. Or maybe they leased it to them, who knows. Alright, Xerox. We're almost at the end here. I hope that the video card works when it decides to boot for the first time, because that would be awkward. And I also need to plug this thing into Ethernet. Let me do that now, while we're waiting. Okay, so let's plug this thing into Ethernet here. All right. And we get a nice, I love this on the Xserve. We get a nice little green light that tells us our network is connected. And these lights are just really cool. Really neat. Alright, so we're almost done here. Yeah, sorry the install's taking so long. Wasn't planning on it taking that long. But hopefully it'll be all done soon. The other sets of light might be like activity or something. I'm not actually sure. Jay would know what the blue lights are. It might be hard disk activity. It might be network activity actually. That's what I'm gonna guess. Or processor load, Mike says. Might be either. I have no idea. Oh, Jay. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is either, but I'm sure when Jay comes back, he'll tell us. Well, I could actually look up a manual here. Let's see. Oh, wrong button. Nope, I do not want to set up an email account. Let's look up the manual. User guide. Here we go. System activity lights. 2 rows of 8 lights indicate system activity. In a server with a single processor, 1 row of lights, blah blah blah. A dual processor, the rows of lights operate independently. These lights also show in options on the front panel, entering firmware boot commands from the system's front panel. Okay. Cool. That's interesting that they mentioned single processor options, because I think, like Mike said, I think this one maybe only came in dual, but let's double check here. Yeah, it actually did come in a single processor model. It came with either a single or a dual 2.6 gigahertz processor, so yeah, there was. How about that? Learn something new every day, huh? So we got our finishing installation, okay. We got our manual here. Alright, software successfully installed. Okay, so I'm going to eject this FireWire disk. And, let's see, it is in use. Alright, so let's eject that. It's in use, okay. Huh. Well, I guess I could shut down the Mac Mini. I don't want to abruptly disconnect that, but... Yes. We'll switch to the other view so you could get an idea. This is this huge Xserve that is sitting on my desk right now. And yeah, sorry for the noise. I should have a warning. But yeah, so we just put an operating system on the Xserve. We're gonna see if the video card wants to work. Oh, it's much quieter. Holy smokes. And Jay is back, just in time for us to try and boot it up. So we did the installation completed successfully. And so yeah, now we are going to try and boot the machine. Before, when I booted, the video card wasn't working. Hopefully this time it will. I didn't take it out or anything. For the first boot, Jay, do I have to hold down Option or anything, or it should just automatically find its system and everything? Yeah, jeez. That would be a lot. Yes, let's please enjoy a moment of silence. I think I'm getting it worse than you guys, because my ears are right here. Like, I'm less than a foot away from this thing. And, holy smokes. Ugh. Alright, so, let's see if I can. Yeah, let's move the camera back a little bit. Alright, so, there we go. And, we can make that a little bit bigger. You don't need to see all the crap that's on my desk. Alright, and yeah, so we're going to turn it on. This is the first boot, guys, and let's see if it likes it. So the CD drive is making noise. The display is still orange. We don't have any lights on the display yet. We have an activity light on the hard disk. Still have no video. I don't know how long it takes for video to show up on this thing. The fans are calming down. Let's make sure that the VGA cable is securely connected. Yeah. Yeah, there is no PRAM battery, but I could put one in, I guess. No, there's no Mac boot chime on this Xserve. Yeah, I'm kind of curious why. I mean, maybe Jay, if you know this from experience, when you're in FireWire target disk mode, does it shoot anything out on the display or no? Because it wasn't doing that before, but maybe it just doesn't like the video card I have in there. Or maybe when I closed up the machine, the video card got slightly loose or something. Yeah, this is a little concerning. I mean, I had video on it before. My concern is the thing is booted now, and I don't want to force shut it down. Yeah, I know it's not the video card that came with the machine or anything, but it was showing before. Let me see something. Well, first off, let me turn back on this Mac Mini there. There's a boot chime for you. Okay, and yeah, I don't think the server's gonna show up on remote desktop or anything, because I didn't set that up at all. The Xserve is very quiet now. It's very quiet, which is nice. Is there like a remote server management tool or something I could run? I wonder. I guess I would have to set up the server first. I didn't even put in the license key, so I doubt Apple's going to want me to do anything before that point. Just see if I go back to here. I'm just going to wiggle around this VGA connector. Yeah, I reset the video card before and it worked. It's, I don't think I took it out since then. I have a USB to serial adapter. I don't know if that's going to help you much. Let me get that cable just in case. Okay, so yeah, I have, let's back up the camera a little bit. I have one of these USB to serial adapters. With my luck, it would not be the right type of serial. Yeah, it's not, because this is a male and that's a male. I have a cable, one second. So I have this serial cable. This serial cable is a female to female cable. So I've used this on my Apple II and my Apple III. I never thought I'd be using it on an Xserve. So how exactly would I read anything over this USB cable? Let's say if I connected it to that G4 or the G3 or this Intel Mac I have here. Let's plug it into Mavericks here. Yeah, I'll try shutting it down in a second. I'm just curious if I don't even know if this USB adapter would even be recognized by this. It's probably a PC one, but yeah, it just says USB serial controller prolific technologies. So how would I serial into this computer? The terminal? Well, let's stop messing around. I guess I'll just let me take the camera off this little tripod so I can put it back on the other tripod. Sorry. And we'll just take out the graphics card. We only need the graphics card to start the thing up, and then I won't need it anymore. I've never had a Rage 128 card overheat, but first time for everything. Alright, I'm going to force shut it down. Sorry, little guy. Alright, let's thankfully the graphics card is on the back, so I don't have to take out... Oh no, wait. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Shoot! It is on the back, so this whole... Oh, this is not going to work out. Oh boy, yeah, I'm not going to mess with that then. Alright, you have to unplug all this stuff and flip it around. Sad. Woo. Okay. Oh boy, I'm not gonna regret. I got a good scratch on my table now. You stupid Xserve. There's many scratches on this table. Who am I kidding? Anyway, come on. I mean, the card's warm, but it's not hot. Well, I just broke off a little tab. I was just making sure this riser card was in there, which it actually was kind of not, so... Sorry, plastic tab. You just go right back there. Nobody will ever know. Except the people on this live stream calling me a savage for putting too much pressure on a plastic tab. Alright, maybe it wasn't in all the way. Oh boy. Oh, that's a heavy guy. Alright, I'm not putting all the screws back in at this point because we may have to do that again. Okay, sorry about that. Let's try again. The power company would probably not care. The power company would probably love it. Yeah, the glue would probably melt. Anyway, alright, let's try this again. So let's go to our VGA mode. Let's turn this baby on. There we go, we got a little light on the monitor, and then it went orange again, but maybe it'll come back. Yay, we got an Apple logo. You vintage people and your cruelty towards plastic tabs. Oh, Jay. Nice, macOS 10 server. Huge Apple logo. Okay, so we got a welcome. Let's put the tripod back over here, I guess. Sort of see what's going on. So welcome in a few steps, blah blah blah. Okay. US. Okay, I do have a serial number here. Look away, fellas. Okay. Validating serial number. Validating serial number. What is it, like phoning home? Well, I guess that worked, because it's happy. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's do Steve. So let me just finish this. Shall we ask? Okay, so computer name, localhost? No, that's a silly name. Xserve G5. How about that? Yes, you can still see my hands. Whatever. It's not that sensitive. Network interfaces. Ooh, we have an Apple Talk check mark. Oh, you better believe I'm checking Apple Talk on both of these. That's what this channel is all about. Okay, yeah, it's a standalone server. Check the boxes next to the name to start it automatically. I guess remote desktop. I could configure this later, but I'm going to guess remote desktop I probably want on here. See you, Jordan. Thanks for joining. Appreciate the support. See you later. Yeah, let's just do remote desktop for now. So we are in the New York time zone. Many operations depend on availability of accurate time. Sure. Alright, so we got our server being configured thing, so this is exciting. Where am I? Yeah, so I haven't gotten this far in a long time. Last time I played around with this was Leopard. I didn't have a serial code to continue. So it says one moment your server is being configured. Yeah, I'll put it closer to the screen once we get something set up. In fact, let me disconnect it from this tripod first. Let me hide so you're not getting dizzy here while I undo this. Oh boy. Is it of my ass again? Nice photoshopping work there, guys. You could do something a bit more sinister than that. Alright, so yeah, that should set it up. Okay, cool. So it's almost done here. Hey, Classic Mac, thanks for joining. Yeah, so for those of you who are just joining, we're playing around with this Xserve. Jay from the House of Moth was very kind enough to help me, well, not help me, but he fixed up my power supply there. Yes, I love this mouse pad. And yeah, so we're just, I installed Tiger on this Xserve. It's a G5 Xserve, dual 2 gigahertz G5 system. I installed Tiger on it, and it's just configuring itself. And once it configures, I will log in and set this up. I have a ton of Palm Pilots around here too. I gotta work on a video for them or something. It's sort of sitting at this 90% mark, just hanging out here. Fun times. But yeah, this thing is massive. I mean, this is just one big old computer here. Make the screen more full screen in your uploads. I'm sorry, Ryan, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that, Jay. I'll do that. Yeah, I think this yeah, Ryan's right. I think this actually had a few updates built into the image already. But I'm not in a rush to update anything. I just want to have this on after this is configured, and I'll probably shut it down after this stream. I'll come back and tinker with it a little later and set everything up. But making sure it worked, testing it, and putting a drive in was step one. I have to find the other hard disk tray because it has this little connector there, and it's not a standard thing. So yeah, I could hear myself much better. thing is still being configured. This is a bit silly. Let's turn this. Yeah, sorry you're getting sort of blinded by the lights here, but that's how the basement lights are set up here. So we are still waiting to finish the configuration here. I really need to put like a piece of fabric or something over this light because it's just like. Hey Steve, can't you buy hard drive enclosures and put you on your own hard drive? Maybe a SSD? Yeah, I'm sure I can. Jay would probably be the better one to know about this. I mean, this looks like it's probably a standard-ish connector, but finding something that would actually fit in there and such may be problematic, and looks like there's some actual circuitry on the back of this, so I would guess you need an Apple one, just a guess. Oh, hey, Greg. You missed all the loud parts, but eep! Thank you for your support. Oh yeah, this tray was actually from the 80 gigabyte drive because it actually has a little sticker on the bottom. Most of the stream, the camera is off screen, at least once something is happening on the screen. I can't really do much of that. I have a little tripod, and I have no way of putting it big enough on the screen where it's. I would have to like hold it like this or something, and this tripod is like it's not meant for that, so I can't just like hold it. Sorry. These tripod legs are like very, very tiny. I do have a VGA capture device. As I've said in a few streams before, a VGA to USB capture device, like a USB 3.0 capture device, they're about $300. I'm not spending that on that. That's a little crazy. I do have a HDMI capture device, but it will only capture television HDMI signals. So to get a VGA signal on a television capture device, you have to scale it. So I bought a scaler off of Jay, and it will scale a VGA signal to HDMI, but it doesn't really work with the problem with that is I have to split the video signal. If I have to split the video signal, I can't really watch it. So I'd have to split VGA, and then I had to put one VGA signal here and then one to the scaler. There's a little signal loss there. I've tried it before. I'm not happy with how I have it set up yet. And this is still configuring. What the heck? How long is this supposed to go on? It's almost there. So close. Oh boy. Yeah, no, I gotta take this graphics card out as soon as I have remote desktop and VNC set up with this. There is. I'm not seeing actually any activity light on the hard disk. Or the front panel for that matter. That's a little concerning. I just picked remote desktop as a service. That's all I did, but it's that's maybe not a good sign. Shoot. Hey, Matt. Huh. That's kind of concerning. Oh wait, we got a little activity light there. Maybe it's just. I mean, it only has a gigabyte of memory, but still, that shouldn't. We see the little light going. I'm not going to shut it off or anything. It's probably just taking its time. Yeah, we got some activity on the disk. Okay, I'm not going to restart it or anything. I'm just going to leave it for a bit. It's probably cranky for being turned off for years on end. Or doing something. I don't know what it's doing. These things like to have a mind of its own. Yeah, we'll make it thaw all right. Huh. At least it's quiet. So what is this? What does this indicator mean? Let's look that up in the manual. Because we do have the manual. I'm going to switch screens here. Oh. The little exclamation point says System Identifier Button and Light. System Identifier light turns on if a problem is detected. It can also be turned on manually by pressing the button. This indicator is useful for locating a particular unit in a rack. Oh, that's cool. That's really neat. Ah, PCI X. That's what I couldn't remember. Sorry, Jay. Hey, Zach. Well, we installed macOS 10. We're just waiting for it to finish configuring itself. The screws are in. There's all the screws of the machine are in. These by screws I mean these thumb screws on the front. So those are in. And I assume it would have had a problem if it didn't, but we're just gonna let it sit for a bit. I mean, you know, the physical lock is unlocked. It's not locked or anything. Yeah, I tried. First off, the camera being stationary helps. Yeah, the progress bar is still animated. And I do have some manual settings for the webcam, although I had to turn some of them off because it was getting a little wonky. But I could turn them back on if needed. But yeah, camera sometimes likes to behave. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, whatever it's doing, it's doing. I'm curious what the heck it is doing. I'm gonna just try plugging something, the FireWire port into the front of the machine, and see if that like triggers it to like wake up or I don't know. Couldn't hurt. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Yeah. I wouldn't say the system has a fault. Hey, Greg! Just in time for some Xserve fun. Fun being the tentative word here. No, the light, there's no fault light on. I was just asking what the button did. There's no fault light on the machine. I don't know. Could be a lot of things. We did force shut down the machine after its first boot because we couldn't see the damn video. I'm on the MacYak Discord. Jay or Greg or one of you or Grudy, if you guys want to put in the MacYak Discord link. I am on there. I will say I am not that active. I am on there if you want to go on there, but you're probably, you know... Okay, yeah, if you're on the MacYak Discord, then that's where I am. I don't have my own or anything like that. I have a channel on there, like a channel, but that's about it. You'll see how active I am on there. Yeah, everybody, if you want to join the Discord, fun place to hang out, feel free. Click on that link. It's free. Yeah, no, people have asked me, but, I don't use the one I'm on enough to warrant my own. There's a Mac84 channel on MacYak. You guys are welcome to hang out there if you want. I just basically use it to spam my YouTube links every once in a while. But yeah. Alright, all in favor of force shutting down the server, type F into the chat. Alright, Let's hold down that power button. Bye! Sorry, little guy. Let's turn you back on. Well, let's see what it does. Yes, it's actually a plane. Get our nice little Apple logo there. Let's see what it does. Oh yeah, those Toshiba Pentium 4 laptops. Oh man, my cousin had one of those. Alright, we got a beach ball, but it's probably just loading the thing here. Xserve subtitles for days. Yes. It's not little. Good poor Trina. Well, now we got a beach ball. Oh, this ain't fun. Come on. We have hard disk activity light and some of the progress bar light. So it's not like it's dead or anything. It's doing stuff. It's doing a lot more than it was before. I'm giving it a minute. I'm not doing anything. There we go. Hey, Joe, thanks. That's really cool of you. Appreciate it. Your server is being configured. Okay. It's doing that little progress bar. I don't know if it's picking up where it did last time or... actually, I have worked with Ken before. Some of his vintage Apple Vault series I'm actually in. The Blue and White G3 episode. And the iMac G4 episode. And I just collabed with him recently on, he did an episode about the iPad. He needed some footage of a Newton, so I passed him some footage of the Newton. So if you keep your eye out, you do see I do participate with him. He does a lot of newer stuff as of recently. So yeah, I do want to try and get him on my channel at some point. It's been the opposite. I've been on his channel, but he has been on MacYak, which is pretty much, you know, a shared channel that we all have. I would say I'm part user of it as well. Oh, actually, do I have to click continue here? Oh, server has been successfully configured. This computer will restart in a few seconds. Yay! So it was happy. So we'll leave it alone. Let it restart there. Yak Mac. That's the knockoff podcast. Yak Mac. Yeah, if Joe, if you have not seen Jay's channel, Jay in the chat is the House of Moth. Click on his username and go to his YouTube channel. He has a bunch of Xserve videos. I know nothing about Xserves. Jay is really teaching me everything I know about Xserves. But go to his channel, subscribe to his channel. He's got a bunch of Xserve content there. And Jay's been convincing me to do some Xserve videos here. So I guess I should click continue, or not. I think that made it unhappy. Use English. No, yeah, what the heck? This computer will restart in a few seconds and it's just sitting here. What do I do? Yeah, so it says it's been successfully configured and it's going to reboot. But it's also letting me continue. So I don't know what to do here. Ah, that's cool, Joe. Yeah, Jay has a bunch of PowerPC ones. I done effed it up. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if it's telling me to restart, should I force power it off? I broke it. A G4 clamshell. Talk to Grudy. He built one. I guess I'm gonna power it off again. Yeah. Try reading the rules again. Alright, Classic Mac. See you later. Don't die. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's much better. Alright. So now we can actually do some stuff here. Ooh. Alright. Let's just take a look at this here real quick. About this Mac, dual 2 gigahertz Power Mac G5, 1 gigabyte of DDR memory. I cannot get more info, which is interesting. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. And yeah, so we have my Xserve boot disk here. I think the resolution's a bit screwed up here. There's actually a G5 firmware update for this. Huh. Let's set the resolution correctly here. This power cycling fixes most computer problems. I believe you, Greg. Oh, what the hell is this? Sure. Let's fix this resolution first. There we go. Alright, we got Xserve G5 firmware update. Changes for initializing. Here, let me just do something real quick. Let's switch. There we go. This is much better here. So, there we go. So let me close this for a second. I'm going to use some of this footage when I'm doing my video. So let's go to About This Mac. And yeah, now the camera's doing its stupid focus tricks. But alright, more info is now available. Open System Profiler. And we got 1 gigabyte of memory. The graphics card is that ATI Rage 128 with 16 megabytes of video memory. We're plugged into the Mac Mini via Firewire. I'm going to unplug that actually. And let's see. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know why the volume is there. Virtual audio device. Okay. I do have a USB audio device. Maybe I would like that. This is a G5 dual 2 gigahertz. So it's the first Power Mac G5 server. And it's a 3,1 rack Mac. Unfortunately, we only have a gigabyte of memory in here. The rest of the 6 memory slots are empty. We could try upgrading some memory in a little bit. Right. Yeah, so let's open remote desktop preferences here. Remote login on. Access privileges. That's me. That should be okay. Oh, wait. Okay, got that all set up. Okay, yeah, so let's, I guess, do an update. I kind of just want to do one of the firmware updates. Well, I guess I'll just do them all. I need my flashing time separators, damn it. Okay. And, yeah, these are small updates. Let's just... So this is for... Take a screenshot of this. Screenshot of that. Screenshot of that. And we'll shove these in a folder here. Yeah, let's do an update. Why not? There we go. So we are downloading some updates from Apple's server. Yeah, because if you try and open like QuickTime or something without audio, it's gonna blow up. So yeah, that's why I bet they have that virtual audio thing set up there. We've been going for 3 hours here. I'm gonna try and stop this at 3 hours and 30 minutes because I wanted to do some other things tonight. We're sort of stuck messing around with this, but we had some trouble initially. But through our good advice from our friends, we got some things going here. But these updates look like they're going along pretty quickly, which is good. Got a bunch of fancy icons in the dock. Server admin, workgroup manager, server monitor, system image utility. Let's open up system monitor. Oh, this is to monitor other servers, not itself. Okay. I tell you, this is pretty responsive even with just 1 gigabyte of memory. The clock is about to go 10. I mean, the clock. No, never mind. I read that wrong. I thought it was going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Getting delusional. It's okay. Everyone in the chat is just super relaxed and super chill now. Preparing the disk, installing firmware, finishing, installing web objects. Now it's going faster. How much space do you have left on this disk? Okay, about 67 gigabytes. So there's only about 7 gigs used so far. That's a good question, Trina. I think what I'm going to do is use it to back up some of the Mac Minis here. So these Mac Minis have a lot of old software on them that I share between my computers, and these pretty much acted like little servers, but it would be nice to have a machine like the Xserve just, to store a bunch of data. I could probably put 3 1 terabyte disks in here or something like that, and just use that to store old disk images, hard drive backups, make it redundant. So that's just something I'm probably gonna do. Yeah, as Jay mentioned, you could set it up as a startup with with a schedule, so you could start up and shut down things, and that'd be pretty neat. I just need an Xserve RAID. I've never seen one of those ever. Like, I've never seen one of those in person. Oh no, I'm lying. I've saw one at a few Macworlds in person. I've never seen one for sale recently, like online or anything like that. I think people just don't know what to do. Yes, I know you guys have one. Yes, Jay has quite a few. Now, do the raids actually boot off anything, or they just run as like an external disk enclosure over the network? Because that's what I would assume. They're just sort of independent. Yeah, dumb boxes. Okay, yep, that's what I guessed. That's what I figured at least. Not the. Ooh, fiber, fast. All right, cool. Ready to reboot. Let's hope this goes smoothly this time. Why'd I jinx myself just now? Why? Oh, I love those lights on the front. It's so cool. Thank you, Trina. I hope so too. There we go. Okay, good. I got scared there for a second. Yay! Favorite OS 10 versions? I'd say Tiger. Well, for actually, I Jaguar I liked a lot. I'd say Jaguar, Panther, but Tiger's the big winner there. Mavericks. El Cap is okay. I guess High Sierra. No bong. Yeah, I'm gonna install a special thing that is powered by USB, and when it boots up, it just bongs. I'll call it the Xserve bonger. Some dumb name. Yeah, I left my iMac on Sierra for the longest time. Only updated to High Sierra on my Mac Pro. Yeah, if we're talking pre OS 10, I'd say 8.6 and 7.6. That's probably going to do the firmware update now. Oh yeah, Snow Leopard is a good one. That is a very stable OS. That's before Apple got too concerned with doing iPhone updates all the time. They were actually focused on their Macintosh stuff. Yes, the USB bonger. I'm sure someone's came up with something like that. There we go. Still going, Dana, but we just updated the system and we just did some updates. We're probably going to be wrapping it up in a few minutes from now because I don't have too much to do right now. I mean, we got this running. Let's go to system preferences here. Alright, we're using Ethernet 2. Let's see if it sees the other Macs on the network. Yep, there's our Tiger G4. We see our air capsule. We see my iMac upstairs, Mac Mini. Okay. Dana's his spaghetti. Dana's Spaghetti House. If we click on Mac OS 10 server, in the dock, Safari is going to launch. This is Safari version. Oh, wrong one. Safari version 3.04. Wow, in the App Store. But I have it here. Actually, it's not doing too bad of a job of displaying the web page. If my internet host allowed it, I would maybe consider serving my website from from this server. There we go. Got some vintage Mac downloads here. Lots of good stuff. Why can't I run Classic? Why can't I run Classic? Actually, that's a good question. Why can't I run Classic? Huh. I guess the Xserves can't run Classic? That's kind of interesting, because I knew a G4 running Panther ran Classic at my old job. They had a G4 Xserve and it ran Classic on it. Really? I thought it just showed up, but hey, let's test that out. Oh, no Classic in Server OS. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. No, I didn't copy a system folder over, but if Jay says there's no Classic in the Server OS, I mean, I've seen it in Panther, Jay, but this is Tiger, so maybe it's different. What the hell? Let's see. Are you serious? Come on. Yeah, just not the server. That's alright. Well, now I'm freaking curious. Let's turn on... This Leopard machine has an OS 9 folder as well, so let's turn on the Mac Mini stack there. Actually, this one should have it on there too. Yeah, on the desktop, Classic ended with Leopard, but... let's see. Alright, Greg. Have fun. Copying a system folder. Exciting stuff. There is no Classic control panel, so... and Bruce comes back from the dead. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's exactly the case. And this is... Okay, there it goes. I wonder what would happen if I took the Classic preference panel from this Macintosh. I drift in and out. It's a good way to live. It doesn't have the Classic preference pane, but what if I copy it? I do not have submission privileges? Are you kidding me? I'm going to end up breaking this machine already, I could tell. I copied. I just had to type in my credentials there. Alright, let's see. You cannot install Classic Preference Pane because it already exists. Okay, let's quit it and open it again. Nope. Well, I'll give it a reboot, and if that doesn't work, I give up, but... This thing has quite the noise. Thing starts up quick. Yep, there's the classic panel. Ah! Oh. Oh, I love it. I'm taking a screenshot of that. Due to an error. -1. Apple's -1 error means you're an idiot. Yeah, I copied the system folder over. It sees the folder, it just doesn't want to start. I know, you told me so. I was just curious. Just curious. Well, that's fun. Yeah, so I have a bunch to play around with now that the server is up and running. I want to thank Jay for redoing the power supply here, and let's put this camera back where it belongs here. Let's switch there while I take this camera off the tripod. Yeah, I think I'll play around with Geekbench and stuff another time. I gotta connect it and download some stuff, and I want to play around with some things. Let's see, there we go. I want to set it up so some of my old Macs could connect and everything. That'd be cool. Okay, let's switch back. There we go. Alright, so yes, I am going crazy. But wouldn't you'd be surprised if I wasn't going crazy. I think that's what would really tell you something's wrong, if I wasn't going crazy. Yeah, so that's pretty much more than I wanted to show you. Actually, I just wanted to show you me putting the power supply in and it working, but yeah, that's pretty neat. Do I have a CD? Let's see if the CD drive works. Do these have anything on them? This don't. Let's see what's on this. Well, it accepted the disc. I could rip CD-ROMs. This is the macOS 9 Lives disc. That's very appropriate. Very appropriate. Actually, let me label this thing, because it had no label. Yeah, maybe I'll have to dual boot with Panther. I mean, I don't know why I would use Classic on this. I have a Mac Mini there, but... Alright, go. Alright, well... Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of things to play around with here. We have remote management built up. I guess it is a permanent edition. I need to figure out where I'm going to put this thing. Because it's quite large. Yeah, but I think what I could do is so the shelves that I have for my computers on the other side of the basement. They're 40 inches deep, and this is only about like 25 or so. This could easily sit, like if I build like supports to hold this thing up, this could easily sit on one of those shelves where there's kind of wasted space. I do not have any rack mount cases or anything like that, but here, let me bring up the picture on my phone here so I can sort of illustrate what I'm talking about here. Let's see if I can find the picture. So I have a shelves that I built to hold my Macintosh computer collection, and here we go. So it's gonna be weird, but so those are the shelves, and you can see the red lines there. I might want to suspend it from like the top, so there would be plenty of airflow and everything. But you see that little red line I drew? I'm sort of imagining building something, and keeping it like that, or I could put it vertically, but I don't know. I'd have to see if any of that's actually going to help or not. I mean, it's just this thing will not be running all the time, but I have to do what makes sense for where I could put it. But there's a lot of space, like from those shelves from the top to the bottom, so I'm thinking, you know, that may be a good use of some of that space. Not necessarily on that shelf, maybe below it or above it, because there's a lot of space above it. But I have a lot of thinking to do, because if I have this thing, I might as well use it. that's my thought anyway. But yeah, gotta think about that. But yeah, I guess I'm running out of things to say. I mean, I'm very happy that this is working again. I need to find the other hard disk tray, because there is data on here I want to manage, and these are only 250 gigabyte disks. Well, actually, no, this is the 80 gigabyte disk. Oh, so this probably had the frickin' server on it. Hold on, I need to confirm this. This might have Panther on it. And we could run Classic on that. Let's see. Take out one disk, put in the other disk. Oh, thanks, Greg. Yeah, I think I have. I think it came with all the trays. I just don't know. I saw when I was cleaning up. I just have to find it. But it's one of those things I took apart to get the disk out of, and then I guess I didn't put. I don't know why I didn't end up putting it back in the server. Okay, that's the second request for Geekbench. I guess I gotta try. What version of Geekbench can I run in here, guys? Because I'll give it a try. Oh, this is booting, so yeah, there must be OS 10 on here, unless I put Leopard on here and it's stuck on the serial number screen. Geekbench 2, okay. Do I need a serial for that, or is that a free thingy? Oh, look at this! Yeah, this is Panther, I believe. Oh no, this is 10.5.8. Oh, it must not be the server version. Maybe it is? It's running like garbage with this graphics card, that's for sure. No, I can't run. This is Leopard. I can't run Classic on Leopard. But yeah, I don't think this is the server version. It's just 10.5.8. Yeah, I think what's on here? Did I leave anything on here? iLife 09. Oh, that's right. Oh my goodness. I just remembered what I was doing on here. I was trying to run iMovie on here. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to run iMovie. It's still on here? No. Oh, it wouldn't install. It wouldn't install. Yeah, it gave me some error. I'm just curious. Yeah. Requires a Mac with a graphics card that is compatible with Core Image. Okay. Now I remember exactly what I was trying to do when I stopped using this machine. Yeah, because you need a dual 2 gigahertz or faster iMac G5. So I'm like, or Mac G5. I thought, oh, I could do that on this. Um, I was trying to see if I could like network machines together to render video or something. I don't know what I was ended up trying to do, but oh man, this exactly remembers what the heck I was doing. I have a picture here. Oh yeah, I was copying over stuff. When was this picture taken? This will tell me exactly when I last used this machine. April 28th, 2015. Holy crap. This is 5 years ago. So 5 years ago is when I probably got this machine 5 years ago. Wow, time flies. Wow. Well, I have an old version of FileZilla on here for whatever reason. Yeah, FileZilla PowerPC. Jeez. Wow. All right, yeah, let's shut this down. Let's put Tiger back into it. I think I have Geekbench upstairs. I could grab it from one of the servers. And actually, I'm going to take out this disk. If I could get the screwdriver to work. There we go. No, it doesn't want to come out. Whatever. Mess with that another day. Let's try and run Geekbench and then we'll call it a night. It's so quiet, and now you said something. It got angry. I'll just leave this on during all of my streams. You won't be able to tell that it's on. I can try putting more memory in, but I kind of don't want to lift this thing up again. I don't know if that's ECC memory. It has to be ECC memory, right, guys? Jay? Memory for this thing? This is just cheapo memory I got out of a PC. I doubt it meets the requirements for it. You just have to be careful with that, because I am very much willing to mess around with things, and it could easily go another hour. I have to be careful. Nobody else has to be careful. It's just my fault, really. I think there's a Geekbench trial I could just download. Let me just do that. Yeah, I know. I think it does require the ECC RAM, because the PC memory sticks I have are, I guess it has to be matching to, or they prefer it to be matching, because I do have some DDR here, but this is a Kingston one. It says G4 on it. But that's it. And then this is a... This just says DDR. Doesn't say ECC or anything. Huh. The Geekbench website doesn't want to load. Let me switch to the other machine here. Let me just see if I have it on here. Let's see if it's on the machine upstairs. I'm remoting into remotes. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, if you find some, that'd be cool to know. I'm really looking for very old memory, like 30-pin memory. I've had one or two offers, so I have to follow up on them. But if anybody has all that old stuff, all right. Here's Geekbench 2.7 or whatever that is. Let me copy this over to the Xserve here, which is now showing up. Is it? Where is it? There it is. Xserve G5. Why can't I connect to... Well, let's just drop over here. I probably have to set up like the file sharing stuff correctly. Okay, then we'll go back here. Yes, Dance Dance Revolution memory. Okay, so let's connect here. Alright, Geekbench 243 and 227. I'm going to open up the 243 maybe. Maybe that'll go here. Oh! Alright, let's try the older one. Alright, let's see. Let's bring the camera a little closer. Oh, it bounced and then it stopped. What gives? Maybe the permissions are messed up or something? I could read and write. So what's the deal? Yeah, I want to see him dance too, but the stupid app won't open, so... I also don't have the secondary click set up, so it's messing me up here. That's the exact files, Jay, that I just... The ones you just sent me? That's the exact same files I got from iMessage upstairs. You must have sent me a while ago. It's very strange. The zipped one and the DMG, because the DMG one I think is too new. 2.4 is what I tried to open and it was too new. If I go to that again, this is 10.4. It's 10.411. If I go to my Dropbox here, there's the this is the one I extracted. Very strange. I broke it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I guess I can. Should have just left the hard drive plugged into the damn thing. Now, it's not a version of Leopard server, but I guess the operating system should understand the computer enough to hopefully start correctly. run the test correctly, I mean. Oh, I see those lights dance, and then, yeah, I'm never going to sleep. This is bad. See, this is what happens. This is consistently what happens. I mess with something, I get to a point, and I pass that point of no return, and it's all downhill from there. But if I'm entertaining you guys, at least, hey, look, you can see a little camera hanging. It's fun. I mean, I'd probably be doing this, not to this extent, but I'd be doing this if nobody was watching, I'm sure. So we're gonna see these lights dance. That's what Jay demanded. Yeah, you expect me after 3 hours of talking, 4 hours of talking to people to then keep talking? I don't know about that. All right, let's let's connect and see if we can get Geekbench running on here. Alright, it's bouncing. There we go. Geekbench is in tryout mode. Limited to running 32-bit benchmarks while in tryout mode. Blah, 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 blah. You piece of garbage. If you have a magic key, anybody, I'd be happy to try it. Because doing it in a 32-bit mode kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? But I guess I can do that if that's the only thing I could do. Oh, I actually copied them over for you. Let me, thank you for reminding me, because I actually copied, where is it? Which Mac? This one. I actually copied those images off. I don't know which system I put them on. I completely forgot to send those to you, man. Let me see if it's on this system here. Yep, wrong folder. Desktop. Those are Mac Plus screenshots. I'll get them to you. I'm just trying to remember which machine I put them on. Thank you, Jay. From hard drive root. Yeah, so I did copy those off of the disk, so I will give that to you. Let me type in a totally legitimate thing here. Ooh, it doesn't like it. Try again. Let's try this other one. it doesn't like those. So I guess we'll just have to run it in 32-bit mode, but we can still do it. We see the little lights going. Pretty lights. Very pretty lights. I think Dana's having a stroke. He typed something nonsensical. There are 4 lights. Oh, that's a good Next Generation reference. That's a good one, Trina. Yeah, the flickering is just on the camera. It is smooth in person. Alright, we're about halfway through the benchmark here with the progress bar here. And there go the fans. They just whirled up a little bit. Just get a frying pan. I can cook some stuff. Actually, this is cold. This is very cold. This is freezing cold, this corner. Dana. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed looking at the Xserve. I mean, it was more of a repair slash let's get it up and running video, but I'd love to play around with some software and maybe some QMaster stuff, although I know that's a pain in the butt to do. Yeah. Might be fun if we get it working, but I have no high hopes. So it looks like it's almost done with the benchmarks here. That power supply is working out great. Thank you again, Jay. Alright, so we got our results here. And so this is just with the 32-bit tests, I guess. And we have a score of 1,835. So we have our processor integer performance of 1998. That's a good number. Processor floating point performance 2051. Memory performance 1398. Bandwidth 1391. So yeah. I'd say it's pretty good. I mean, yeah, I have nothing really to compare this to, but I'm gonna save this anyway. Oh, Dysfunctional Wombat's using the eye emojis again. He must be wanting to go. Ah, so you're saying I slightly beat you, Bruce? That's funny, because I have, like, no memory in this stupid thing. But that is interesting. That's interesting. Was it the 32-bit mode, Bruce, I assume? Or did you actually go the full bit and pay 64-bit, get the 64-bit version going? That's pretty cool. Yeah, well, if I go to Utilities, Activity Monitor here, yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, I am cheap too. I'm glad. Interesting. So, yeah, I guess now I could wrap up the video because I'm not going to install more memory in the system tonight. I want to read about memory. I think I have some DDR that's ECC. Or I could probably find some. But, yeah, I mean, that's about it. Any questions about Xserves or anything else like that? I mean, not that I know all this stuff, but we got some knowledgeable people in the chat. But yeah, I mean that was that was an enlightening experience. My first successful install of OS 10 on a G5 Xserve here, of OS 10 server rather. We could we ejected that disk, right? Yes, it did. Yeah, so there's some upgrades I'm thinking about doing to this thing. Obviously, put some more memory in here, put some hard drives in here. I might upgrade this to a combo drive or at least a DVD-ROM, so if I wanted to rip discs or something from this, I could. I don't really know why I would do that. That's just a thought there. But yeah, I need some Dance Dance Revolution RAM, and I think I'll be okay. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this noisy puppy down. And it's been a lot of fun playing with this thing. I know I kind of understand why Jay likes it now. New thermal paste. Okay, yeah, I have a little syringe of this cheap stuff here, but I'll probably need to get some more. But yeah, I guess that's about it. I'm just wrapping it up here. Anybody have any final questions or anything, you're welcome to ask. Again, if you want to find out like what I'm doing day to day, I'm on Twitter and Instagram. Mac84TV is my handle, so just Mac84TV. And I'm on Patreon too, so if you want to support me on Patreon, you don't have to, but there's some nice goodies you get behind the scenes videos, draft videos, stuff that hasn't been released yet or never will be public. I have a tour that's going on there soon, so a lot of cool stuff that's on there. And yeah, that's about it. But we've been going for almost 4 hours now. 3 minutes short of 4 hours. So I'm gonna just let it go for the 3 minutes. let's just let it go for the 3 minutes. I like even numbers. Yes, if you would be so kind as to like my video as I move this massive Xserve over a little bit. Love your shirt. Oh, thank you. I got this years ago. In fact, the rabbits chewed a hole in the bottom of the shirt, but I love I'm not the best at Donkey Kong, but I like the shirt. Let's see if I go to I always forget to put my own links in, so I'm gonna link my Twitter and my Patreon thing. I'm not begging here. I'm just putting out links. Twitter. There we go. So if you want to follow me on Twitter or whatever, Instagram's the same thing. Let me do that. Ah, I can't type today. And I think that's it. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so you could follow me in a bunch of different ways. I try and post something on Twitter or Instagram when I'm not doing a live stream or something like that. I am really trying hard to finish some videos that I'm recording. So I'm trying to like calm down the live streaming a little bit. I do have a lot of machines to recap and stuff like that, but I do want to get regular videos out again. I feel like I love doing the streaming stuff, but I don't only want to do that, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of things that I want to be able to professionally show off and stuff like that. Now, you just can't really do that on a streaming thing, at least not with my capacity and my setup and everything here. So yeah, I'll probably be on the Discord text chat for a bit. I don't know if I'm going to do voice, because I've been talking for 4 hours straight. And I guess that's about it. Have some cool videos coming up. Be happy to show you soon. One's about the year 2020 bug on the Macintosh operating system. One will be about this Xserve here. And what else was I going to do? I can't even think of it. Oh, and the iMac stuff. I'm doing more videos on the iMacs. But yeah, it's all stuff in the works and has sort of a schedule of its own. But yeah, so Jay says it's Discord time. So if you guys want to hop on Discord, I know a bunch of people will probably be in the voice chat there. You could tell me how loud the Xserve was. And I'll probably be in the text chat. Maybe I'll jump in the voice chat for a little bit. But that's about it. So thank you again, everybody, for watching, for your likes, for your comments, for your Patreon support, all that fun stuff. So appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next time. And you guys have a good night as I stumble to find the end stream button. There we go. Have a good night, guys.